Hello everybody. As usual, we are handling the background stuff here, making sure the tournament is ready to go. So, hope you will be understanding and patient as we get all of that going. Turnout's looking pretty decent today. Very happy about that. Hello, Sean. Welcome. I have clicked the button. The tournament should be launching as we speak. Okay, tournament is a go. Alright, just gonna do the announcements, let everybody know who is playing in today's event. It's my boy A2. Hello, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for that continued support. That does mean a lot to me. Okay. Let us go ahead and find the first match of the stream. We had a pretty decent turnout today. I'm very happy about that. Now, as some of you, we will have to announce this a couple times, just while we wait for people to filter in. But if you are not aware, Decade will be streaming the Metal Weekly that would have been this week on the upcoming Tuesday instead. I would really appreciate it. It will so it'll be free entry, $50 prize pool, matching the same prize pool of the Master Duel events. So I would really appreciate it for anybody who is subscribed or would be interested in subscribing to support that event. However, whatever your thoughts are, the Meta Weekly is particularly important to me, as I'm sure you may be aware. Andrew, I'm still messing with my audio levels. How is my voice to the background music? Is everything okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, that is going to be my fan. I'm going to have to turn that down. Yeah, I will go ahead and turn that down. My audio filters aren't the greatest right now. As you can tell, I'm a little basic B when it comes to some of this stuff, but yeah, I'll go ahead and get that muffled. We're going to start off with Makopin versus Bacon. Nah, I can turn it down. It'll be fine. And yeah, I'll have the webcam up in a bit as well. Okay, and we are starting off with arguably one of the... Wow, did we just brick? No, okay, we're turn 2. So, arguably one of the decks that is on the Rise post-ban list is the Galaxy Eyes deck. Having a slightly better matchup spread is assisting in making its slightly more linear gameplay not quite of a detriment. All right, and I did muffle the fan, so if you guys can let me know if it seems okay now, would definitely appreciate that. Perfect. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, so to complete what I was talking about earlier, we will be having the Meta Weekly on Tuesday. I believe it'll be a NA Weekly. This is so far a one-off event. I believe basically testing what is the interest. What is the interest level from people, and so I would highly suggest that anyone and everyone who would be interested in seeing much heavier Duel Links support come back to the Discord and come back to the channel, even if you can only play in the first round. Like, treat this basically like it was a GG tour. Like, just sign up, play like the first round, even if you have to like go to bed. That would be fantastic, just to show that there is still a desire from this community for, you know, where this came from, and I don't know. Yeah. TLDR, I'd really appreciate anyone and everyone who can sign up do so. So that aside, in its place, like, ideally, if the Meta Weekly comes back on Tuesdays on a more permanent basis, I would love nothing more than to continue to do the Meta Freekly, and then on the second day, I would love to perhaps start doing an event of my own where I can make it free entry for people. So I'm going to double time prepare everything that I need to do that, the support structure, etc. I'll probably get my Discord set up so that we can start doing something of my own. This doesn't mean that I don't, like, Meta Weekly, Meta Freekly are still super, super, super important to me. It means a lot to me. So this would be just something on the top. But yeah, I still want to do my solid 2 days per week, sometimes 3. And as such, I would like to replace it with something. So Bacon is going to win game number 1. Waiting for both players to return to the table. But yeah, it is definitely an exciting time across the board. We just got the new Vrains leaks. While they aren't the most like detailed, the fact that we know, one, we now have confirmation that Vrains is coming. 2, we can glean some info based on the number of character IDs there are, and the interesting thing about the number of character IDs is the fact that there are more character IDs at the start than there were with the Zexal launch and the Arc V launch, I believe, or maybe it's like only slightly more than the Arc V. But regardless, it definitely suggests that there is a lot of support in the pipeline for Vrains World. On top of that, we obviously saw that there is going to be manual placement as an option, which is pretty critical for the way that links would interact. Now, interestingly, one of the discussions that actually came up in the Discord last night was talking about the fact that certain Link monsters are probably going to have to be changed by virtue of the direction that their Link arrows point. So, like, a perfect example was Tri-Brigade Farigite. We're going to lead off with a Book of Moon here. We're going to make it so that we cannot negate whatever monster effects are coming. And also Echua Laketu, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So think about a character like Farigite who has a diagonal arrow going what is it, bottom left if I'm not mistaken, which means that if your opponent takes a certain extra monster zone, your arrow would do nothing. So there was a lot of discussion about the possibility that Link monsters with arrows that could become unusable due to the fact that we only have 3 main monster zones might have their arrows changed to point down instead of to the diagonal, which would make a lot of sense in a way, because you imagine one of the one of the things that could like screw over your deck being the fact that if I put my main monster or my extra deck monster here, like you can't use your Link zone properly. It would be so weird. Hello, Murata. No offense, but how would I know that? We doing a troll, I guess? Ooh, we are kind of going all in here. So we rank up our Photon Lord into the full armor. We could get punished by that back row, but at the same time, it probably doesn't matter since we still have our normal plays available to us. Hello, Drewy, and welcome, my friend. So we will go into the Cipher Blade. By doing so, we are going to force out that enemy controller. And sure enough, we are going to activate our skill for the second time. This will allow us to do a 1-card Xyz using our Galaxy Eyes, and we have the Galaxy Zero. Don't believe we have lethal here. Kind of comes down to whatever's in our hand here. Thank you, Wanted. Appreciate you. You've always believed, and this is just a game. So we're going to be able to put 2 bodies on the board, wipe the opponent's field, and Mako Pin will win game number 2. This is actually a good time to point out that I have been slowly adding emotes to the channel. So I commissioned, as a fan of Tri Brigade, I've got 2 of them. We got the Mercurier Pat, he do be a good boy, and we got the Kit in the style of Smug-Eyed Anya. I have a couple more in the pipeline, but those are the ones I do have available at the moment. Game number 3. And once again, Mako Pin is going to be leading us off here. Hello, Orenji, are you good, bro? Shuffle Reborn, allowing us to go into our Photon Lord with double back row. You like to see that. Are you good, bro? So we got a monster negate, 2 back row. That would be cool, Sean. Would definitely appreciate it. Bring the Ritual Beast pain. Let people know that deck is still a thing. Did we just hard activate Zhang Ke Magician? Is that a misclick? That feels like a misclick. No, maybe not. We'll see. We're gonna attempt to search with our Performapal Joker, but that will get negated. This does suggest that he doesn't have a way to his... Ooh. Wait, I don't think this works this way, does it? So it won't be destroyed, but I believe the effect is still negated. Yeah. We will scale... Ooh, interesting. Okay, so we scale our Noble Dragon Magician, putting 2 more bodies onto the field. Okay, this explains a lot why he went the route that he did. Now the question is, can we do anything, or are we at the whims of the back row? Treacherous. Well, okay then. That is real unfortunate. And Bacon will say, "You got me, treacherous, do be a card." Okay, let us find another match. Okay, what do we got going on in this mod call? Hello? Are we gonna begin the duel? What is going on? Che, why are you not going to the table? Okay, well, Eli or Metal, if you can handle this mod call, I do need to move on to streaming another match. Would appreciate that. Well, isn't this this is an interesting matchup? Sure, we'll watch this one. Watch the spice when you can. We've got Morata versus Nando. This is game number 3. We are going to lead off with the best one-card starter in the game. Ooh, that's, what do we got going on in the hand here, bro? Well, MST and Book of Moon will certainly deal with this. Morata is going to start off with a Sky Pegasus into a heavy freight train. We're going to go into Super Dreadnought Gustav Max. We're not going to be able to destroy because we did activate the Dweller. And we're just going to get a scoop. Don't think that was game, though. Well, okay then. Trains win. Let's go ahead and watch games 1 and 2 just to see how that went down. I am kind of curious. Did Murata take advantage of the new Iron Wolf rank 4 Xyz? Or was this just traditional train action? So this will be game number 1. Thanks for spoiling it, Murata. We're gonna start off by going into Bahamut Shark using our Buzzsaw Shark. We will set 3 back row. Okay then. I'm guessing that Nando probably wins this one. Oh. Blocker, mod check. Alright, the TLDR was... it wouldn't be one of my streams if I didn't do this at least one time. The TLDR is that water led off with Bahamut into a Lancer, 3 back row, and then Murata got TTH'd. And this is game number 2. This is going to be where Murata won. Exactly, Orenji. So going second can be both a blessing and a curse in this situation. Two back row into a Dweller that can pop either. That isn't too terribly bad for the deck. Book of Moon, though, do be a card. Interesting that he chose to do the Dweller. Monster Reborn. We removed the infantry. Are we just walling up here? That's kind of unusual. Okay, it's going to be a little relevant here. We do get TTH'd again, but probably doesn't matter. Chalice. Attempting to stop the freight train, but we just go ahead and we're going to get it negated again, so it doesn't matter. Didn't attack. I guess we just want to style on him. That's why we didn't attack. Kind of an interesting choice there. Well, regardless, Murata will win. And won. Pegasus effect, you're correct. I do know my train cards, apparently. Okay, let us find another match. Now, one of the more interesting changes that I've seen in some of the meta decks is going to be the... Oh, hello, you're an interesting deck. We'll watch you if you do better. One of the more interesting changes has been the inclusion of, I believe the card is Pendulum Shift, the trap card that allows you to transition a monster from the pendulum zone to the field or vice versa, and it has great synergy with the Ragnarok King. Now, I'm not necessarily going to watch a match with that right now, but it will be interesting to see if that card is going to if it's going to become kind of a standard potential play for the DDD deck. No, it's the same microphone, Murata. The difference is that I'm actually using it as opposed to the webcam microphone, which I was using in the last couple ones. So we are game 3 here. So we're playing. Okay, so this is Smile World a mono. Okay, so this would have negated all the effects. However, we did get put face down by the Book of Moon. This allowed us to actually begin playing the game. What else are we? Are we just Smile World? Activating Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. We must know something about this deck. Orenji, yes, Ragnarok will activate. Ah, we finally reveal that we are in fact Abyss actors. Now, mildly fun fact, I actually played in the last battle phase, just because I wanted to get in some games finally. I brought my Gandora list, and I went up against somebody playing a newer version. I don't think it was this one, but a updated version of the Abyss actors, and it, not gonna lie, it clapped the ever-living hell out of me. I was quite impressed. Sakadetsu, welcome, friend. We will certainly attempt to give you that. Deskbot 03 is... Somebody forgot that we get it from the field spell as well. We're able to boost up enough. However, this will trigger our search. If we can survive until the next turn, we will be in a pretty good spot. Murata should be 4 rounds top 16, yes. I believe we had 52 signups today. Returning that 05 to the deck. This is the on the better end for us, yes. I do believe it, outside of interest growing once again by Decade pushing it both on stream and in the news, I do believe that this is kind of around our current, the current cap for us. We are going to, ooh, okay. So we're going to be going into the Corbage, except our plays get stopped before that with the Econ take. I mean, yeah, banlist hype only lasts like a short time. We're just... The ban list helped to release like the hold that the top decks had on the meta ever so slightly. And so while those decks are still the undisputed best decks of the format, they're not so overwhelmingly good that you can't play something else and do well. Yeah, no, the ban list wasn't so much like what is it gonna do, but how much of an impact are those changes going to have. So for example, we definitely saw situations where the Burning Abyss decks, for example, that were running 2 Farfas, that 2 Farfa count definitely was an issue. There were a lot of games. Do we have the breakdowns? Yes. I'll go over it in just a bit. There were a lot of games that I have personally seen where you go through those 2 Farfas and you really need that third one, and it's not there for you. So, it is not a nothing effect on the meta. And actually, since you asked that, I will go ahead and update the bracket. That might be a good idea. Yeah, drawing Farfa definitely sucks now, much more than it did before. So, we managed to resolve Treacherous Trap Hole, but it don't matter. Now we're going to be able to pop one of those back row with our 005, probably going to take out the Madonna. I mean, Alien, in comparison to before, it does. Like, when you have 3 Farfa, you feel much more free to use it a little bit more willy-nilly. I don't know. Just in my... I mean, like, maybe this is an agree to disagree thing, but I do feel it is a non-insignificant change. And we will lethal with a 4500 002. Well played. We should be coming up on the end of the round. Let me double check. No, looks like we got a couple more matches left. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Let me take that back. No, we have exactly 2. The rest are finalizing. Which one of these do we want to watch? Pick and pick quickly. We are going to pick this one because you are a... We've seen this deck before, but it is kind of an interesting variant of it. QWERTY versus Kororo. And this is a game 3 situation. And would you look at that? Diva into Diva, allowing us to do Crystron Quariandrax. However, kind of feels like an early aggressive push. But how bad did we brick that we have no play here? Where Fiendish Rhino pass. I think it goes without saying that this is a variation of Cyber Dragon. Oh, forgive me, Metal. Don't let me disrespect the king of the Christrons. Hello, Zeto Mason. What did you miss? We're at the very end of... King of the TG. We're at the very end of round number 1 of today's event. Hello, McBob. We saw a pretty decent turnout. I believe just around 52-ish. Our previous match was won by Desk Bots against Abyss Actors. That was fun. We watched Trains versus Water. Normal summoning to Farfa, meaning that its effect will be live. We're going to be able to deal with that Quariandrax. Committing to the overflow is a little sussy here. He might be banking on the fact that his hand was bricked from before. Special summon Cyber Dragon, Diva into Diva. And yep, sure enough, we are bricked to high heaven. Did you make a graphic for it, Eli? Tesseract! Thank you so much for the continued support, my friend. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Activating White Prince. So we're sitting on a bunch of hand traps here then. By taking out the Farfa now, we will only temporarily banish it as we cannot activate our Mind of the Plana. Definitely a good move. We're probably in a rough spot just by virtue of the fact that I think we can safely assume he's only on 2... Oh, sure enough. Hello. Chaos Dragon Levianeer. Banishing our graveyard. We're gonna do a pop, pop, pop. Yeah, Bob. The game plan was to just make sure that we couldn't get permanently banished. So we take out 2 back row, but we're not able to further capitalize on it. Another back row. Are we going to eventually see another monster, or is this just Quarion Turbo? Not sure if you saw earlier Tesseract, but I have been slowly updating the emotes on my channel. I definitely need to get the Discord going so that people can make use of these elsewhere, but we have the new Mercurier Pat and the Anya style kit. We're going to go ahead and steal our White Princess, activating Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. That is going to turn off all of these effects. Mango! Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I'm pretty sure this is going to kind of seal the deal for Kororo here. I mean, no effects is rough. Ooh. Maybe not. We're going to be able to get ourselves to Dante. Never mind. Tributing into Cyber Dragon. Sure. Attempting to activate, but yo, we still do be negated. And now we are on the clock. Setting 1, we're going to attempt to stall as long as possible. Qwerty is going to be looking for more monsters, but oh, hello, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Or not. So we have no other targets besides our overflow and fusion, so Cyber Dragon Core does nothing. Yeah, that was very greedy. You're just going to have to accept the 400 attack beatdown. To be fair, though, another core, sure. To be fair, though, he could also be setting himself up for D-draw. No, okay, Crumble Logos, hello. And suddenly Kororo is I don't think there's coming back from this, my friend. Hello, kitty. Set 1 ain't gonna do that. Are we good, baby? Okay. Oh! We successfully take no damage by having exactly 2100 defense. That particular kitty is very skittish. Bye. She was a rescue, and unfortunately she was abused as a kitten. So she's like carried that trauma through. She's come a long way. Yeah, it's real sad. Like, literally, I kid you not, there were these group of kids in my neighborhood, and she was probably, if I had to guess, a week or two old. Very, very young. And they had her in their shopping cart. They like a shopping cart from like a homeless person or something, right? And they literally, I kid you not, were like just vigorously making this motion with it, like a swaying motion. And went over there, just took the kitten away from them, told them that if they wanted him back, their parents could come over and talk to me. They never did, so I had a new cat. Yeah, it was real messed up. I was not happy at all. But Like I said, she's come a long way. She still has that skittishness just because of that early negative attention, but with me, she's super sweet now. Hello? What's the game plan, Blue? Yeah, I don't think this is going to go the way you want, Kuroro. Should I set the monster in defense or pass? He's a joke. He's a funny haha. I mean, no offense, but this is not going to work out the way he wants it to. It's not bugged. "30 seconds to time." It is absolutely not bugged. Oh, look at that! Oh, wow! Oh, wow! Color me shocked. Thanks for wasting our time, bro. That will be a win for QWERTY. So just in case you guys were curious, we would have given a game loss for malicious stalling in that situation. So even if it had gone to time, which they were attempting to do, QWERTY would have gotten the win. Does not work that way, my friend. Okay, we are ready for round number 2. Well, if it was for the funsies, you should have made it obvious. No offense, but that was just a waste of everybody's time. Akhil, I believe 52 entered. Okay. I will... Oh, yes. So you uploaded the breakdown in the chat. Eli, if you want to post it in the mod channel, that'd be great. Return in just a moment, my friends. Okay, thank you very much for that, Eli. I will certainly put that up on the screen for everyone to enjoy. The breakdown of today's event, put together by Eli. Odd Eyes, the most entered deck, followed by Burning Abyss and DDD, Galaxy Eyes following up. Then a whole plethora of 2-ofs in Abyss Actor Fluffle, Gandora, Metal Foes, Red Eyes, and Water Xyz. And then Blackwings, okay. Blackwing, Cyber Dragon, Deskbot, Heroes, Fire King Goki, Lunalight, Myosenju, Necroz, Neos, Cleafort, Spellbook, Teller Knight, and Train. Okay. Interesting. I mean, it's always going to be dependent on the people entering. But really interesting that people are deciding, hey, Odd Eyes. Because we've actually got a fair number of undefeated Odd Eyes. And that is really interesting. Like, a lot of the Odd Eyes players are winning their games. We found our first match of the round. The order is incorrect. So we have Patricio Ray at the top on Odd Eyes. We're going to pen to 2 after activating our skill. We're going to second Donkey searching for our Joker. Joker going to be summoned, get searching. Likely going to see a Noble Dragon here. No. Another Pendulum Dragon. Interesting. Going into a Utopia. Now that's a little unusual. Okay. That MST is going to go after the one back row, which was just another MST. Now, Patricio Ray is a old-time regular. Of our events. Okay. So this is a play that I've been seeing a lot here. Is the MSTs are actually being used specifically on the Wild Hopes to help us search for our Madonnas. In this case, we used a copy of our the Archfiend to do the same thing, and this is just gonna be game. Activating Smile World. Sure. Attack, attack, and lethal. I low-key think this version of the Abyss Actors deck is one to keep your eyes on going forward. Yo, it's ties that bind. Like, low-key, the plays that deck is capable of doing are really interesting because, like, I can't speak for every version of the deck, obviously, but a lot of the decks are running a relatively small Abyss Actor package, and instead they're working in a bunch of tech cards, and then on top of that, they are taking advantage of the Wild Hope search to get all of their plays rolling. It's really interesting. Pendulum summons spirit monsters when. True. Waiting on game number 2. Dish is up 1 game here. I'd like to introduce you to my new card type, the Pendulum Ritual Spirits. Hello. Load in. Game. Mod check. All right. Once again, Patricio Ray is going to be leading things off, going first. And that is a really weak opener. Set 1 and set 2. Just open up MST, take out the TTH. I think this is over, my friends. Penned 1, penned 2. Is there a reason we didn't want to search? I'm really confused. Why didn't we search? Are we gonna get Smile World lethal? Unironically lethal with Smile World. Well, okay. Unfortunately, Patricio just gets absolutely clobbered. Don't know what to say about that. Well played regardless. Unfortunately, I think Patricio just kind of bricked. Yeah, I don't think there's much more to say than that. Also, I'm not sure that Utopia Pass was exactly the play for game one. If he had had some kind of interruption possible, he might have survived that turn, but Utopia Pass has never been the play at all. Never. Not once. That is a good question, Eli. I don't think so. I think he just bricked. I don't think he had a way to it. All right, who's ready for some dragon versus dragons? We got Zaga Zaga. We got Jinzo. Then you're probably right, Eli. He may have sided out. Like, you have to run a certain number of odd eyes, I believe. Excuse me. Zaga is going to begin with Photon Lord Pass. Jinzo is not impressed, so he's going to go ahead and activate his skill. Red Eye's Insight. This is going to allow him to go into any of his Red Eyes monsters. We're likely going to see... Okay, we're going into Comet Dragon. We will search before our destruction. Notably, did not activate his skill here. Or monster effect because he did not want to get negated. We will Econ take to ensure that he cannot rank up. Shuffle Reborn to draw a card. Do we have any plays? Galaxy Cyclone taking out... Wow. Galaxy Cyclone taking out the Return of the Red Eyes. Apparently we did not notice the Mana Dragon in the graveyard because Mana Dragon comes onto the field, resets the Return of the Red Eyes, so effectively we did nothing. We're able to clear the board, and that's it. That's it, man. Game number 1 to Jinzo. Red Eyes is, in fact, the superior deck. I unironically think Red Eyes is kind of being slept on. Like, the deck is like oddly consistent, and you play a bunch of really like goofy back row that just messes with people, and with cards like Mana Dragon, it actually makes disrupting you way more difficult than people think. Yeah, I think so, Abs. Or abs. BS. It's low key like it's become like a real deck. Game number 2. I mean, that's kind of the build, Hendo, like in general. I guarantee you, if I was to look at Jinzo's deck list, we're probably something similar. It is almost, it's very similar to how old Cyber Dragons were played, except instead of like nuking the field, hello Safadine. Instead of like nuking the field, you're setting up stuff like yeah, every monster is a brick. Instead of setting up like board nuke into OTK, you're setting up like grind game traps that allow you to just like recur your monsters over and over and over again. This is not a particularly great opener, though. I mean, okay, let me take that back. We do technically have Red Eyes Fang with Chain, so that will be a form of interruption. Do we know what else we're looking at here? No. So we have at least one interaction. So we activated the skill allowing us to one card Xyz. Likely going to see our monster stolen here, though. Can't imagine we're going to let this go through. We do. Okay. I mean, we can do it at any time. What did you miss? Zaga Zaga is currently down a game. Ooh, we have the Book of Moon. This will stop the equip from happening. Red Eyes is currently up a game. We have already normal summoned. What is the game plan? Yo, Toxic Deku. We had a set copy of Monster Reborn. That is a big yikes of a loss. Why were we bluffing that? We do have... Did we not search for Red Eyes Fusion? We did not. Okay. Going to activate Cypher Blade number 2, likely targeting that back row. Sure enough. Taking out a copy of Return of the Red Eyes. This will get us a search, but that's fine. Can we put another body on the board? Yes, we can, and this should be game. Zaga doesn't need to be coached here. He knows what to do. Go into the Cypher. Go into the full armor. Pop 1. Go into the second Cypher Blade. Pop 2. Attack, attack. Lethal. Now, we would get a search off of that black metal dragon, but it don't matter. Zaga wins game number 2. You get to have VIP safe. Okay. Game number 3. I actually do unironically like Galaxy Eyes. It's very... You can argue that it's pretty... I mean, you can argue that it's a pretty simplistic game. Or deck. But I like it. It's fun. Any TG? I do not believe we have any TG in today's event. Let me double check. No. I believe Grusha still plays. Maybe just not as hardcore as he did, but I'm pretty sure. Activating our skill. Putting a Summon Skull back on the top of the deck. Getting a copy of Return of the Red Eyes. No, and I don't even know if TG wants to play Ruddy Rose right now. It's probably more of a side deck card, if we're being honest. Excuse me. Set 1, set 2, set 3. This is an ideal scenario for Red Eyes. Preemptively adding the Red Eyes Fang with Chain. We will attempt to force it out with the Book of Moon. So because it's not actually an equip card, we were not able to negate to keep our Red Eyes Slash face up. So at this point, Zaga has free reign to do whatever he wants. And yeah, as Kazax is saying, Quarion's probably better than your Quarion, or than your Ruddy Rose. Ruddy Rose is probably a fantastic side deck option for the deck, though. And I mean, realistically speaking, if you're playing TG, like, what are your other side deck cards anyways? You might as well be side decking a powerful... Are we just walling up with the Galaxy Expedition here? So we do leave up the Red Eyes, or Return of the Red Eyes, but it's going to be real hard for him to capitalize on that. He needs exactly like Red Eyes Fusion to begin things on the next turn. Hello, Whirl. That's not it. And that will be game. Zaga will win in game number 3. What is good though, Whirl? I was watching you earlier while you were doing your Limit 1 festival stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Did we finish off the second tier of quests for that? Oh, it was just ranked. My bad. Why am I drawing a blank on what you were playing? You had wind in it, of course. I'm going completely senile right now. Let's go ahead and find another match. Oh, it was Exo Sisters. That's right. Probably the highlight of that particular stream was watching you get blindsided by the Exo Sister mirror match in like Deep Diamond. That's right, yeah. So random. I do not want to watch that one. I do not want to watch that one. We're going to watch this one. Deku currently no. It's just the one. Since we do have a bunch more people here, as I'm sure you either may be aware or may not, the Meta Weekly for this week has been rescheduled to Tuesday of next week. It will be hosted by Decade. I believe it is an NA Meta Weekly. It'll be free entry, so no tickets required. It will be $50 prize pool, so this will put it on the same level as the Master Duel tournaments. So I definitely suggest anyone who is able, sign up, show the support. I would love for this to be... I would love to blow... this Friday, Hans, currently no. In theory, I would like to replace it with an event of my own where I can do free entry. And I believe we are 1-1 right now. But I got to put that together, and I don't know if I can put that together in like a day or two. But ideally, it would be Tuesday, Decade doing the Meta Weekly. Wednesday, I would continue to do the Meta Freekly, and then on one other day of the week, do something of my own that would be free entry for everybody. I just have to decide when, where, and how. And hello, Yami just absolutely destroys Kaitos here. This was game 3, right? Lunalight do be a sack deck. Yep, that was a 2-1 victory. Okay, well, didn't have to stay in there long. Let's go ahead and find ourselves another match to watch. But yes, please, 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 if you guys are able, sign up for that event. Even if you cannot stay for the entire weekly, for the love of God, I would love nothing more for you than for you guys to show up and put numbers on the board. I'm not going to change your mind, Whirl, because that's absolutely correct. Yo, has anybody missed Yami versus Yami gameplay? Ideally, if they get the update in, I would love to do a turbo duel event, because assuming that they're on schedule with their updates, pro, it should be 4 p.m. 4 p.m. EST, I believe. Hello, Schofield. Yes, indeed. And did somebody ask about Fire King? Because, yo, we got Fire King. And at the bottom, this is not actually Aang. This is Devs. Bork Devs, 0 spots. Going into a Trevor. Trevor's gonna bounce everything. Goodbye. Discarding 1 card from the hand. We do not attack because we don't want to activate Destiny Draw. But, bro, we're gonna have to do it sometime. Altair into a copy of Deneb. Deneb gets searching, grabbing an Uncle High. We're going to go into a Batlamias. Batlamias, rank up. Canadia. Can we negate this? No, we can't. Now we'll rank up. JK, bro. I'm going to go face down again. Now, Skybridge into the Deneb because we no longer had any materials. Activating the Sirius. Sirius is going to go ahead and recurse our resources, then draw. We will then go into a Batlamias. Can I play the game now? Batlamias. Nope. JK going face down again. Now can I do it? Oh, we don't even care. We're just attacking. And I guess Dev scoops because he doesn't want to play the game anymore. And Aaron will win 2-0. Okay. The month is... Yes, you will see actually, no. They've actually been doing a pretty good job of making decks like not want D-draw for the most part. So like they will unironically give Goki a deck or a skill that there's like, why would I D-draw? I can send one Goki monster from my hand to the deck and add a copy of, you know, Rematch and Suplex or whatever, Suprex to my hand. Like, we'll be good. Don't worry. Alrighty, find ourselves another game. Speaking of which... Hello? Aww. We got Bahu versus Nando. Now, we don't know what Bahu is on, but we know that Nando is Water Xyz. Both players are currently up a game. We're going to go ahead and normal summon infantry, then additionally normal summon our Diva. This will give us three bodies on board. Activating our skill, we're going to go ahead and go into our Dweller most likely. I really want to share this Smash GG chat, by the way. I'm sorry. This probably should not be shared, but this is just... the things that happen in Smash GG chat. A problem with liquid. I believe it was something to the effect of I spilled water on my keyboard or something. Shout out to these guys. I love them. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and attempt to take out one of those back row. We're going to additionally activate our skill to hit another one with our marksman. Taking out 2 copies of Canadia. Losing a treacherous... I mean, you guys aren't wrong. This is all accurate. So we are balanced at the top. Okay. We are not mind scanned. We are balanced. Putting our diva into defense mode, probably the right idea. We don't know what Bahu is playing currently. All we know is they are balanced. Yo, we were just talking about it. Goki Suprex. Setting 1 back row. Gonna go in to take out that diva. Will Nando elect to take out the Suprex here? Water versus Goki. Okay. So we are activating our Fiendish Chain. This will not stop the pop from the infantry. However, we are going to get the search when our Goki is inevitably destroyed. So there is that. Also interesting that we didn't go with the Canadian attack mode. This would ensure that we're able to take out the diva. That's not a huge deal, but it is an additional body on the field to allow us to go into another Xyz play on the following turn if we draw a monster. Are you telling me that this is not Giga Chad? This man will wrestle the fuck out of you. He will tag team you with somebody, bro. You do not think this is the epitome of Giga Chad? Oh, look at that. We top deck into a diva, and because we did not take out the diva, we don't get a search. Yo, straight up, this was the correct play. We don't even exease. We're just like, screw it, attack. Diva for 200. This is not lethal. Unless that is exactly like MST, we can't attack. We do not win. Normal summoning Rescorpio, setting another back row. We're going in. Taking out one of the diva. Clean 1900 damage. Likely gonna see that diva go to defense mode unless Angler. Now, a lot of the Water Xyz decks that are still being played no longer run the Synchro engine at all, so you will not see your Bryonic plays or anything of that nature, or the Dolphin. So we are forced to go into... This is the second skill activation safe, yes. Our only real play here is either... We could go Bahamut, but most likely we're probably going to see a Hope Woven. What's it gonna be? 2 level 4s. We elect to go into Bahamut Shark. Will we see an interruption before that happens? We will. The third and final Canadia. Will interrupt any attempt to go into a further Xyz play, putting our Dweller into attack or defense mode. At this point, we don't have any real... I think Nando's kind of out of gas. We do have access to one more diva. However, with 2 activations of the skill, I don't think we can do anything. We cannot get Treacherous. So we're likely going to be able to... what's the defense of the shark? 2100. We can beat over it. Nando is on 1 card and a dream. Can we do anything? Nope. But we do not surrender. Are we on like double book? Book number 1. Show us book number 2. Okay. Sure. And Bahu will win it. Goki coming in clutch with a 2-1 victory. And that will finish out the round. Putting us into round number 3. Okay. I will take this opportunity for a quick bio. Be right back. Yeah, just a quick heads up, guys. Currently, the YouTube is just a repository for the events, or the Meta Weekly and Meta Freekly VODs, just because they will be deleted after 2 weeks. So, if you ever want to watch one of the older events, you can head on over there. I will continue to upload them. Let us go ahead and find another match. Ooh. I want to watch you. Undefeated. Just waiting for both players to arrive on the scene. We will not be watching a BA mirror unless we absolutely have to. I also love how the lighting in my current setup is such that if I go to something like Smash or Start GG, holy macro, does it light up. Do we have a dark mode? Dark mode, mod check. We do not. Cool. Still waiting for both players to get on the table. I see one player in the room. Oh. Probably because Alessio hasn't even checked in yet. Cool. Maybe we'll have to come back to this one. Sure, we're gonna watch. We would watch that one if anybody was there. Okay. We're going to wait just a moment or two longer. I do appreciate your patience. There's just some interesting matchups that I would really like to watch if those players are going to show up. So do appreciate your understanding. Do we have any other interesting matchups? That is a lot of mirror matches. I am not interested in you. Is it? We might watch you. The forbidden mirror match. Yes, the forbidden mirror match. Well, they are going to time out in 1 minute if they don't show up. Really hope they do. So we're just going to go ahead and wait this 1 minute. I have a match lined up if this one doesn't pan out, but I would really like to watch this one. Ayo, finally showed up. We should have a match in just a moment. Thank you again for your guys' patience. Hello, ICU. All right, both players are now in the Start GG chat room, just waiting for the other to join the duel room proper. We do be taking their time. That being said, as the rounds progress one after the other, people do need to take a break. I just really want to watch this particular matchup. It's 153. I was a number off on the on-screen graphic. Excellent. Corrected. Thank you. Title should still be correct, though. All right, gamers. Are you ready? Alessio, please enter the duel room. 253. Yes, we have proceeded 100 more tournaments. Okay, finally in the duel room. Now to the table. Good luck, duelists. Alright, we got Alessio at the top, Zaga Zaga at the bottom. Alessio will be leading things off. We are on 30 card DSOD Yugi. Probably pretty easy to guess what they're on based on that. I'm going to lead off with a gold gadget. Yes, we are likely looking at Gandora. Gold gadget will allow us to additionally summon a level 4 from our hand. Level 4 machine specifically. Likely to be either another gadget or the anchor drill, which we do see. Anchor drill will allow us to continue into a copy of Ancient Gear Wyvern. Now, Ancient Gear Wyvern is going to search for a copy of Ancient Gear Box, which will give us an additional search. This is going to give him valuable resources into his hand. We're either going to grab a copy of Anchor Drill, or some versions of it have been running the level 5, which allows them to discard it as material, putting it into the graveyard for their Gandora, and on top of that then have a way to bring another body onto the field for some cheeky additional plays. We do not go for that in this case. However, we will go into our Gear Gigant X. This is going to once again grab us more resources, this time in the form of Kiteroid. Kiteroid will make it extremely difficult for Zaga Zaga to pull off an OTK. Activating our skill, sending back probably the Ancient Gear Box if we had to guess, to grab himself a copy of Gandora, and manifesting a Gandora X in the graveyard. KCGT Stage 3, probably sometime in mid-July. Probably like early mid-July. So we activated the skill to give us a Photon Lord. Set 1, we will take out that Gear Gigant X. No additional search for you on the following turn. Yeah, it's always very unfriendly to NA players. It is 100% a Japanese-centric event. Activating the Anchor Drill's effect. Will this bait out a negate? It does. So the Anchor Drill will be destroyed. Yeah. If you are in NA and part of that event, yeah, sorry. Now, it should be noted that was it last year or the year before that we had an example of extreme delays? I'm pretty sure it was last year, wasn't it? Where they Book of Moon, but I'm pretty sure we have another copy in our hand. is this game, though. Should be... yeah, this is just slightly over game. Yes, as Kazak said, it was extremely delayed. And Alessio is able to... that was a pretty cheeky turn 3 OTK. Usually Gandora cannot pull this off. Usually it's like turn 5 for this. So that was actually very well managed with the resources. In particular, though, from last year, I definitely recall following -1, for example, and he did a stream where he recounted just how exhausting it was because, like, got very little sleep the night before, had to show up early, right? Because you have to show up and make sure like all your ducks are in a row, and then when it was supposed to start, they were delayed by an additional couple hours. So it was like, it was cruel on top of cruel. Yeah. That said, unironically, I'm pretty excited for it. We should see some particularly good gameplay. And it's always just fun to have a reason to get together and enjoy the game. Heck, even when it's a total clown show, it's fun. Game number 2. And once again, Alessio is going to lead things off by going first. Are we going to have a similar level of resource generation on the first turn? Now, I brought this deck myself to the battle phase that I played in previously, and I will just say I felt like I bricked a lot. So, I don't know. I like the version of the deck. I think it is the better version of the deck, but yeah, like right there. We're probably just like a face down gadget. It would be nice for Worlds to come back. I understand the need and desire to play things safely, but I would love for Worlds to come back. When the next KC Cup is, it should be in September, if I'm not mistaken. They usually have one right before the New World release. Excuse me, Nando? And I took that personally. Yeah, the September KC Cup right before the New World is always interesting because you never get a KC Cup that is just sort of like mid during that time. It's either the most broken nonsense that you could possibly imagine. Stealing his copy of Gear Gigant, or Gandora X rather. It is either the most like snooze-worthy affair, or they release like something like full power Fur Hired, and you just have like a tier 0 format. Full power Dark Lord, full power Fur Hire, like Just absolute nonsense. I'm actually really curious, Hendo, if we're going to get a repeat of that. I really hope we don't, but it'll be interesting to see if we do. That would have been July into August, if I'm not mistaken, right? And I don't think it was like, it wasn't 2 months. It was like, what, six weeks? Maybe 7. I think it was like 6 weeks, though. I don't even think it was because of Master Duel. I legit think they were just like, we don't feel like we have enough cards that we can release that aren't tied to pendulums. I think it was literally we don't have anything good to release right now, so just wait a month. So no back row, but we do have a negate. Murata, that was the game I wanted to watch if I didn't watch this one. Like right here, this deck runs like 11 different ways to get to a double summoner card, typically, because you're running your 5 gadgets, your 3 Infinitrax, your like 2 to 3 copies of the Infinitrax Searcher, and then you're just like normal summon Wyvern. Okay. And we get negated. Feels bad. So Pink Cashmere, the thing to keep in mind is that no mechanic is good right when it launches. So it's not like we are going to see Links just completely replace any of the other mechanics. I mean, consider where we are in the game right now. Okay, if we take a look at all the decks that are currently doing fairly well. Okay, you've got your pendulum decks, you've got your Odd Eyes and your DDD. You got your Xyz deck in your Galaxy Eyes and Burning Abyss. We don't really have a good Synchro deck right now, I guess, if we want to be fair. But fusion decks, we've got stuff. Nothing that's technically broken, but Metal Foes can do well. Fluffles can do well. So maybe that one's a bit arguable, but at the very least, Fluffles and Metal Foes are a good example of fusion decks that are doing well. So Necros are doing well, so that's the ritual mechanic. Like, unironically, I guess Synchro is probably the mechanic that is seeing the least play right now, outside of Tech Genus. No, TG is a good deck. Unironically, TG is a good deck. But I don't think anyone would argue that it's like player specific. It's kind of an edge case deck. But you are seeing every summoning mechanic in the game being playable. IK Warrior, I don't think we're going to get Link 1s anytime soon. And unfortunately for Alessio, he just doesn't have the resource game in games 2 and 3. And Zaga Zaga is able to win it out. Well played to both duelists. Alessio was undefeated going into this round, so as long as he wins in his next one, he will be perfectly fine for the top cut. Unfortunately, Murata, it looks like Devs versus Che is already over. All right, guys, you have had too much fun watching interesting, diverse, dynamic matchups. So we're going to give you pain. Che won. Sidebuster. All right. We set ourselves up a turn 1 Beatrice, searching for a copy of Seer. Did we? Interesting. Hello, Duel Links Potato. Welcome, my friend. I was watching you stream a day or two ago. We do not interrupt the Beatrice play here. Interesting. Yes, the chat has been able to enjoy too many interesting matchups. It was time for something less interesting. Ooh, those sleeves are actually... Are these, what is that? I actually like those sleeves. They're pretty cool. Going into a copy of Dante off of our 1-card tour guide. And... okay, so we do have White Prince to keep this from being lethal. This will activate our Draw Sense, or Destiny Draw, rather. Yep. Get your resident sleepers in chat. We're going to go ahead and Levianeer here. We're going to destroy 2 of them. Are we going for Barbar Burn here? We only need 2 activations. Chainlink 5, by the way. People said you have a scholar degree. May I ask which area you have? Who's saying that I have a scholar degree? What? Hello? So Necrofear brings out a copy of Blackluster Soldier, the other boss monster of the deck. Goes to attack into Dante, but White Princess in hand reduces us to lethal range damage. Brutal. I believe that's a 2... So that was a 2-1 victory for Sidebuster. Okay then, well... They kept that match from being too painful. BLS has definitely replaced, in some of the decks, it has replaced copies of your Chaos Dragon Levianeer. Looks like all the matches in this round are completed, so I'm just going to go ahead and push them through. It is not as good of a boss monster, but it is certainly a boss monster. So it is definitely a decent replacement because of the fact that you do have the materials for it, and if your opponent doesn't answer it, it can still be a threat. It just doesn't. It's weaker to interruption, because it's not a the effect doesn't happen immediately. It's an ignition trigger or whatever. What light monsters? Dante, Beatrice, White Princess. Virgil, but that comes up less often. It is interesting how our version of hand traps are so much more unique compared to TCG and Master Duel. Like, hand traps there are all about dictating board creation. Our hand traps are all about dictating pace of the battle phase, basically. Or rather, if you want to be more reductive, life point manipulation, I guess, would be the better way to put it. We could watch that mirror match. That's interesting. We are in round number 4. It'll be just a moment as the matches populate. The level 4 Light Sworn, are you talking about... You talking about the tuner? Are you talking about Raiden? Like, which one are we talking about? Is the game music muted? You can't hear it. It shouldn't be muted. Can we not hear the... Can anyone else in chat confirm? I do have it a little low, but just because I don't really view the in-game music as all that critical. Testing 1, 2, 3. Do I have a favorite deck in Duel Links over the years? A couple, yeah. My earliest favorite deck was Gladiator Beast. That is an archetype that I hold near and dear to my heart. After Gladiator Beast, probably Shiranui. I was a big fan of the Shiranui era of the game. But if I had to boil it down to a single deck, Gladiator Beast, it's such a cool mechanic. Like, obviously, it's not like good in like the TCG, Master Duel, etc. But the whole mechanic of just like the like, okay, I think most of you are probably going to agree with this, but anytime that Yu-Gi-Oh captures the feel of something thematic, it feels really cool to play. So for example, take like the newer deck of Exo Sisters, like the whole idea, or actually no, what's a better example? Super Quantal. The whole idea of Super Quantal, of building your Megazord, basically, you know, building your Voltron. Like, when a deck archetype pulls off the feeling of something thematic, it's really fun. And even if that deck isn't like the best deck in the game, when it does its thing and pulls off its mechanics, Ignister would be an example, but to a different degree. Like, I guess Ignister would kind of be, what would the equivalent be? Like, I don't know, Captain Planet-ish or something, if I'm going to date myself a little bit there, where you're combining all the archetypes, Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, Heart, etc. Okay, we got a match. I unironically think if they introduce some of the other newer Gladiator Beast cards, they could be decent. But they just don't. Like, we need their newer stuff, and we just don't get it. We don't have it. We're watching Jinzo again because I like Red Eyes. I keep saying, give us the quick play fusion for Gladiator Beast. Only one back row, that's kind of scary. We are going to activate our Red Eyes Fang with Chain. We're going to need either Book of Moon or MST if we don't want our play disrupted here. Phantom Knight is a cool deck for sure, yes. I don't even think that Gladiator Beasts need main phase 2 to work, Schofield. They just need a way to have payoff. And a way to have payoff is, yo, my graveyard's full of a bunch of monsters. What if I could play this spell that gives me a really big, badass fusion monster? I don't know. Probably wouldn't be enough, but I think the deck would be playable. I could go hit King of Games with it. So we did MST, however, the Mana Zertron is going to come out of the graveyard onto the field, setting a copy of Red Eyes Fusion. Interesting. Elected to not get the Red Eyes Fanglet Chain. We would like to have a follow-up fusion. Interesting. The new Amazonas support. Are you talking about like the first wave of additional support, or like the Pendulum support? Because I think, yeah, their pendulum support would probably... If they got, like... You'd have to be really careful, I think, with their fusions. But yeah, their new pendulum support is pretty interesting, for sure. It's kind of such... It's like a weird direction to take the deck. But, yeah, it's pretty good. We're going to go ahead and take out that Red Eyes fusion with that MST. Good call. Was it Arc 5? Wasn't there somebody in GX who played it as well? Didn't Gladiator Beast get played twice? Because didn't Bastion play against the Gladiator Beast lady? No, that's the Amazoness lady. What am I talking about? I'm mixing up my stuff. Yeah, rips into the fusion anyways. Doesn't matter. Do we have some kind of interruption? Like, those kind of characters are probably incredibly low priority. Like, you're never going to get those characters. But, like, yeah. Why not support those archetypes by giving those characters? I'm trying to think, like, what are some characters that didn't play an archetype? And an archetype that doesn't have support in a character. Like, can you think of any characters in the shows that you would say, I will give them skills for this archetype? Like, for example, I don't think Noble Knights ever had anybody, but you can envision a world where, like, you could give Noble Knights to Sherry, right? Like Sherry LeBlanc or whatever. Yeah, like even if the character didn't necessarily play that archetype in the show, why not? Like, unironically, oh, and hello, Monster Reborn, that's a hell of a card. So maybe Sherry's not a perfect example because she did play some Noble Knight stuff, but it was like the really bad, not playable Noble Knights. But yeah, there's just a bunch of archetypes that you're just like... So what's a good example? So if you guys are aware, in this speed to duel format, they have made skills for characters like the NPCs, where the skill is something that they don't want to give it to, like, a named anime character. But they'll be like, yo, this random NPC dude gets a skill for this random archetype. They could do something similar in Duel Links if they really wanted to, and I would love that. I would love to see support given to archetypes that don't have a specific anime character. We have to take out this one, right? Well, actually, we kind of have to take out both of them. This one will be able to destroy us next turn. Same with that one outside of a... Oh, but we're gonna float. I guess it doesn't really matter. As long as you can't kill my shark. Gemini summoning the Archfiend of Lightning. We are able to put a stop to his plans by Book of Mooning it face down, resetting it. We are going to need to take that out, however. Sathan, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. This will allow us to take out both of these monsters, but not ideal. Didn't really have an option, though. Monka W, indeed. Congratulations, Murata. We will definitely watch you then. The Puchos. Thank you so much for the follow. Going into another copy of Dweller. We could have game here. I mean, I don't see a world where we don't have game. Taking out that Red Eyes baby dragon. No search for you, and lethal. Goomba winning game number 1. That was a kind of a grinder. Do appreciate all those follows and whatnot, friends. It's very kind of you. How do we have the different background effect? I'm using the dual pass, Sathan. It is the pay money for the money walled, where is it at? Duelist pass. I don't necessarily recommend it, but as somebody who is streaming these tournaments, it is nice to be able to mix things up a little bit. The different music and backgrounds that you can do are nice, but they are by no means needed. Game number 2. I actually unironically used it as a way to get more packs from a box that I was going into, since I do whale. No big Yoshis, please. I think I need to reload my chat because it's not showing it on screen. It's working in the chat, but is it new for me to stream these events? I've been doing it a couple months now. So if you don't know, the Meta Freekly and the Meta Weekly are affiliated with the Duel Links Meta website. Traditionally, Decade, formerly Duel Links Meta, would host the Meta Weekly, and the Meta Freekly was done by Random Plox. That user. However, when Master Duel came out, all that kind of changed, I ended up taking over doing these events. We currently do the Meta Freeklies Wednesdays today, starting at 1 p.m. EST. The Meta Weekly is on Fridays at 12 p.m. EST. However, we are going to be shifting it back to Tuesdays, at least for the next week, to have a test run of the Meta Weekly back on Decade's channel. So that will be this one here. Assuming everything goes well and he does take over doing the weeklies again, I will likely begin streaming my own event. I don't know when I would have it take place, but I would like to do a free to join for anyone event to take the place of it would be my event plus Freekly's. Yes, Murata. That would be the goal. I want to do it at least 2 days per week in addition to a random one-off just like chill stream. So yeah, random was actually not the caster, Sathan. That was Jade Hext. But I can understand it. You have to be able to vibe with whatever streamer. You know, sometimes you vibe, sometimes you don't. I get it. Like, when I first started doing this, I was really not into it. I tend to be something of a pretty heavy introvert. I also it can be a lot for me to actually like just sit down and like, I'm the type of person that goes from one thing to another to another to another. Little ADHD. Oh, you don't apologize, Sathan. Again, it's cool. This is a judgment-free zone, my friend. But, going back to the match for a moment. Oh, hello there. You don't normally see Red Eye's Flare Metal Dragon. We're going to commit honorable Sudoku. Well, actually, no. I was looking at the position change here. AD changer, putting the monster into attack mode, allowing us to attack with Flare Metal Dragon and then making our Archfiend of Lightning lethal damage. Yeah. I got distracted. Wasn't paying attention. I do apologize. That is a... Oh, no, Jinzo won game 1, so this is actually now game 3. I apologize. Can I use the Carly song? Sure. How can I say no? AD Changer is, in fact, a warrior. You want the voice lines? Sure. We can put voice lines on as well. That is the wrong one. Carly... Alrighty. We're going to lead off with a Red Eyes Insight. Likely going to be grabbing us a copy of Red Eyes Fusion. Into a copy of Meteor Black Comet Dragon. We're setting up the Mana Dragon Zernatron in the graveyard. A fantastic way to protect your back row. With a triple set, no less. This is not the clown show medal. This is a banger. What are you talking about? To answer your question, I'm using a background removal feature, Murata. If I remove it, you'll see like my bed behind me. I think with the cats on it. No, it's just the way that the filter works. Can I turn you off? Yeah, my bed's a little messy back here, but I think we can go ahead and show what it looks like real quick, like. Boom. Kitty. Kitty. That do be a cat. Ooh. Going into a copy of our full armored Black Ray Lancer, where this will allow us to destroy a back row, but Mana Zernatron, can you be activated during the except during the damage step? Cat gone, feels bad. We're going to go ahead and flip our Meteor Black Dragon face up once again. Do we have an answer to it? We do not. Interesting. No, but to further explain, Murata, the background removal, it's like it's trying to outline your body. So you'll notice, for example, it can like not handle certain things very well. It can also get weird if you move too quickly. Well. But yeah, like in this situation where I'd rather not highlight the fact that I'm a little messy with my bed. I could just, like, I guess technically make it, but I'd rather not. That requires effort. Although maybe I will, because the cats do sleep there a lot, so it might be cool to be able to showcase them. Negating the Zernatron with the Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. We're gonna need an answer to that Meteor Black Comet. It's not even necessarily that. I'm just, I don't know. I'm like that mid-tier of messy. Econ take. This is gonna threaten lethal outside of like exactly TTH. That is gonna do nothing. Would have been really nice to see that turn one. And exactly no other turn. And Jin Zero is going to win it in a 2-1 victory. Well played. Alright, find ourselves another match to watch. Here we go. Two meta contenders who are both on the bubble. They do need to win this match, and it is a Game 3 situation. We got Zoo versus Needson. Now remember that DDD was one of those decks that was hit by the recent ban list, losing out on their Limit 2 cards because they do need to be playing their Savant Kepler, and we were not able to take advantage of... Wow. We were not able to take advantage and get our plays rolling. We had to... We literally had nothing, huh? We really want to keep this copy of Savant Kepler on the field, so we're going to go ahead and Dark Contract to destroy it, discarding our other copy of Dark Contract to the gate. We're going to take 2,000 damage. The vast majority of DDDs are in fact dark. So we are just Unga beatdown. Now, as I was saying, in addition to Kepler being limit 2 now, so that means that we'll be taking up both of their... that will be taking up their limit 2 spot. They also had a slight change to their skill. Normally it would negate until the end of your next standby phase. Now it negates until the end of your next turn. So you will effectively lose out on one turn of being able to do something like activate Orthos to pop a back row. It is not insignificant to lose access to that. Now, in this situation, we would be able to normal or special summon from the graveyard, but we are negated. And as Peter said, yes, Genghis is fire. Ooh. So, literally, this is going to come down to, do I top deck a DDD card if he survives this turn? We will need to activate our contract and destroy it. Otherwise, we lose. And yes, as Murata points out, Odd Eyes is in fact still capable of using the Limit 2 list. What is the play, Needson? Do we have a way of outing this board? Or ensuring lethal on the following turn? You don't want to see that. Activating Zhang Shen Magician. Activating Dragon Pulse. Yikers. Now, in this situation, normally you would probably want to do something like Rebellion, Xyz Dragon. However, we are negated. Now it comes down to the top deck. Oh, here we go. Top decking the DD Slime, taking out his own Witch's Contract. Hello, Light's Mom. We have every which way to win this game now. Penned 1, penned 2. And this is probably going to be a GG. Uh, 1401 Master. The difference is that DDD, the engine is just so consistent in comparison to Odd Eyes. Like, don't get me wrong, Odd Eyes is still a perfectly good deck, but DDD, just everything that it does, synergy in dueling specifically, not commenting on its Master Duel or OCG, TCG play style, but in dueling specifically, it just synergizes so well. The resource loop, the extra deck monsters that it can play just achieve its game plan. And yeah, Murata, like, don't get me wrong, Odd Eyes can scale up really nicely, but DDD's scales are actually useful outside of their numbers. That was the final match of the round, so we will be pushing on to the top cut. And we haven't seen it today, but I really do like... perfect. Top cut is all X1. Okay, perfect. That's what I want to see. Nobody got left out, all X1 and better topped. Okay, I have pushed the top cut. And players can join when ready. Undefeated trains? No. How about X1 trains, Quantum? The next best thing. You got it, Zeto. Mood Trapper, hello. Red Eyes made it to the top cut? Yes. Maybe more than one. I will have the breakdown for you in just a moment. You can take a quick peek, though. This is actually a pretty solid top cut. I'm pretty happy with this. No, I was wrong. It was only one. Well, Mood Trapper, it's going to be at a god-awful time for you, but You should certainly sign up for the Tuesday Meta Weekly and at least play for one round before going to sleep. Incidentally, guys, if you don't know, Mood Trapper also streams. He primarily is doing Master Duel currently, but he is a former Duel Links streamer and still does it on occasion. He is also a good friend of mine. We played on the same team together for several seasons. Always much love for my boy. And you are absolutely correct. That do be an attractive man. Nah, but seriously, guys, go check him out sometime. We're going to wait around for this match because I want to watch it. So, please be patient. Put on an awesome theme. Can you define an awesome theme? What in the... Mood Trapper, the only weekend one currently to my knowledge is going to be Sunday with the Master Duel Meta Weekly. Okay, looks like the other player has shown up. No, I don't know, Warriors. Could you be more specific? Perhaps lay it out in detail? Yeah. Sorry, Mood. Currently, the stream schedule is Decade Sunday, Monday. Going to potentially start doing Tuesdays again here, including the Duel Links Meta Weekly on Tuesday. Then I do the Meta Freekly today, and have been doing the Meta Weekly on Fridays. So that would be the current schedule. We are watching Jinzo versus Murata. Jinzo gonna be starting off with the skill, grabbing him a copy of Red Eye's Insight. He also has... He hard drew his Red Eyes Fusion. Activating the Insight. Which is going to grab him a copy of the Return of the Red Eyes. Yes, Mana Zernatron is incredible in this deck because of your ability to dump it from the deck using Red Eyes Fusion with your Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Now, in this situation... Was that Book of Moon really necessary? Well, regardless, Murata is going to be able to play uninterrupted here. Normal summoning a copy of Flying Pegasus Railroad Stampede. Special summoning the Derricane as he summoned an Earth Machine. We're going to be able to modulate our levels. This is going to give us access to a rank 10 play. Going into a copy of the Sky Palace Gandradai. Now, or Gandradai, excuse me. What's great about this one is that in this situation, we are going to be able to... I was going to say effectively clear the board, but we're going to special summon. We also did not activate Derricane, but we can still do that by going into the Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Juggernaut Libe. We're going to be able to activate this skill if we so desire. This is going to allow us to pop, pop, pop. I don't believe we have OTK here, unfortunately. Destroying the copy of Return of the Red Eyes. This is a little sussy. The Zernatron's going to be able to just bring something back. Not sure that was the play there. We can attack twice, however. Set 1, set 2, 2 additional back row is fantastic. Only problem here, it's going to be interesting to see what attack order we go with. I do believe that attack order may have been a misplay, though. It was probably a better idea to get the Red Eyes Black Dragon off of the field, because now we're going to be able to use the Return of the Red Eyes. Activating a copy of Mystical Space Typhoon, destroying it. We're going to be able to bring back that monster anyways. Now we're going to need some kind of interruption. Well, actually, no. Archfiend of Lightning does absolutely jack all of anything here. Usually you're afraid because your defense is like lower than 2,500. Like, good luck, bro. My defense is 6,000. Normal summoning. Oh, are we going for a rank 6 play here? Going into Constellar Ptolemy. Do we not have any way to deal with this? We don't. Oh no. What is that back row? That back row wasn't able to do anything. Huh. Monster Reborn. If we have another monster in hand, this is OTK. Super Express Bullet Train. Special summoning itself from the hand as we have a level 10 Earth Machine on, or actually not even just an Earth Machine on the field. Going into a copy of Gustav Max. Gustav Max can activate its effect. We are not sending... Okay, Murata's just styling here. We're going to go into a copy, our second copy, or first, it was bounced back to the deck, of our Libe. Libe is going to be able to activate our... yeah, Murata's just styling here. The correct play would probably have been to discard our Derricane, but doesn't matter. Murata has lethal, up 1 game. Playing through Kite, no styling. Okay. I believe you, bro. Yes, do not doubt Murata. He is a pro duelist. This is a pretty this is a really interesting breakdown, by the way. So while we wait, my boy Eli has gone to bed, so we won't have the fancy graphic right now. But yes, it is the same Murata. Here is today's top 16 breakdown. We've got 3 Burning Abyss, 3 Odd Eyes, 2 DDD, 2 Galaxy Photon. So all the meta decks are in attendance. Then at a single copy we have Deskbots, Fire Kings, Luna Light, Necros, Red Eyes, and Trains. That's actually like a really cool, like, diverse, like, you got your clear best decks, and then the rogue fluff. But like, with our turnout today, which was actually pretty decent, like, seeing this kind of breakdown is actually really nice. Water Xyz did not make top cut, unfortunately. Spoilers, while it may be the best deck, it's not actually going to win. Once again, Murata will be going second. That additional card draw resource can be pretty critical in this matchup. Well, not just this matchup, but like in general for Trains. As a go second OTK deck, Trains like to... Hello! We get instantly Book of Moon into triple back row. Gonna take out one of them. Probably doesn't matter. It is a Book of Moon. Oh, hello! Just top deck Red Eyes Fusion. Dumping our Red Eyes and our Zernatron to the graveyard. Zernatron, of course, a fantastic way to punish anyone playing cards such as MST. You destroy my back row, I'm going to get it right back and a body on the field. we will use our second copy of a Book of Moon. We want to make our plays. Do we have any more interruptions? Special summoning our copy of Super Express Bullet Train. And further summoning our Derricane. Outcast, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that, my friend. Now, Murata, I'm not going to judge how Murata is doing this. There might have been something to be said for using the skill to normal summon the Bullet Train, which would negate its effect, which means that you could attack with it as a 3000 beater, and you were still going to be able to summon the Derricane anyways. We're going to go further beyond into our Juggernaut Libe. Derricane effect. Gonna pop the face down monster. Okay. Yeah, why are we in attack position? Red Eyes Fang with Chain. That would be one potential reason. The third copy of Book of Moon, however, this is not lethal, but Jinzo is on one card in a dream. Just draw 3 Book of Moon. It's really that easy. Okay. We do in fact top deck into a copy of Red Eyes Fusion. Like, is there anything? That's probably the best card we could have hoped for. We don't know if it'll be enough. Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't understand. I don't understand. Like, there's like no way. That's like Murata's game, but per our rules, that is unfortunately Jinzo's game. Hey, Murata, just chill, bro. It's cool. It happens, man. Game number 3. Murata once again going second. Yeah, it's real unfortunate. Like, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to rejoin the, I'm sorry, I gotta check something here. There's no reason they shouldn't make it so that you can rejoin. Top deck Red Eyes Fusion. 30 card deck means nothing to me. Adding another copy of Red Eyes Fusion to hand. We're going to go ahead and send back a Gearfried. Set 1, set 2. Yeah, Negotiator, like, the thing is, that shouldn't matter. Extending further with our Super Bullet Train. We're going to go into our Sky Palace. Like, normally in a lot of matchups, the ability to be destroying back row would be really useful here. We need an MST or a Book of Moon, or we lose. That is a yikers. Activating our second Red Eyes Fusion. Going into a Red Eyes Slash Dragon. Sadly, I'm pretty sure I know what this is. And the only thing that... This needed to not be the card summoned, basically. The only other card that makes sense is that this is a TTH. Wait. Wait. Why? It was MST? It's gotta be Tilt. Yeah, it's gotta be Tilt. That's really sad. So... in my opinion, the correct play there with us showing MST would have been to MST the Red Eyes Fang with Chain in response. Technically, the Mana Zernatron could then activate, but that at least guaranteed that we were not going to lose our monster that turn. Regardless, I think it goes without saying that was a fantastic showing from Murata. He played extremely well. Went X1 into top. Murata, I mean, you should understand that our rule about that is that you have to have clear lethal on that turn. Even though your opponent was probably in a losing position, we can't be subjective with those rules. We have to be, regardless. I'm sorry that happened. You played a fantastic tournament. It was really cool to watch you. And that's on you. If you guys want to, I'm not going to say no. Technically we don't allow it, but I'm not going to interfere if he's offering. Okay, let us take a quick peek at some other matches. Trains are so incredibly close to being like a really cool deck. Like, legit. They're like and you can say this about a lot of decks, but they're like literally one or two cards and they would just be like legit a good deck. But regardless, it was really cool to watch that because that performed very well. No, Nambiri, I am not. So, we have Psybuster at the top. We have Mako Pin at the bottom. This is game 3 of a top 16 match. Isn't the Mayakashi support literally get to Link's world and be able to play their Link monster? Like, that's the main thing that they're missing. Shotgunning our negate on Skarm. Interesting. Well, it seems to have worked out. Searching for a copy of Galaxy Knight. Now, as you can notice, we do have a copy of Galaxy Photon Galaxy Dragon in the graveyard. So this this Galaxy Knight is primed for a play. I think I'm gonna have to close my window. It's getting a little windy out there. We rank up further into our copy of Cypher Blade Dragon. This will allow us to destroy that face down monster. It is in fact a fiendish Rhino warrior. Rhino is going to be able to dump any Burning Abyss that he would care to, assuming it does not get negated. Farfa effect. And Shadow Imprisoning Mirror is everywhere, boys. It's the price you pay when you're the best deck of the format, I guess. Putting our Photon Lord into exactly 100% outskilled. White Princess in hand will ensure that we do survive the turn. Don't think there's much we can do here, unfortunately. We do special summon our Chaos Dragon Levianeer. However, as we are a dark monster, we're not going to be able to take advantage of the effect. It will put a body on board, however. Hello? Activating a copy of Lightning Vortex. Woo. Now, this saw some early experimentation in the early versions of Burning Abyss, but it fell off pretty hard. So, I do believe it probably doesn't matter, but should we have waited on that Levianeer? If we had Lightning Vortexed first, we had a better chance of being able to beat over that. I mean, we still would have been TTH'd, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, just for the sake of argument, you probably would have been better off. Well, regardless, that will be that match. Mako Pin will advance to the top 8. Yeah, Basically, I agree. Didn't matter, but would have had a better chance. Alright, Yoda versus Aaron. What in God's name is going on in this match? Well, he knew it was negated because he didn't activate the effect. You would have absolutely activated the effect. Okay, we're at least in game number 3 here. What deck's topped? I will go ahead and bring that infographic up again. Your top 16 today. 3 Burning Abyss, 3 Odd Eyes, 2 Da-Da-Da, 2 Galaxy Photon, 1 Deskbot, 1 Fire King, 1 Lunalight, 1 Necroz, 1 Red Eyes, and 1 Trains, otherwise known as Railway. And we are in game 3 here. Yes, it is a good spread. Hello? Casual Alistair the Invoker. Haven't seen this for a while. We do get negated, unable to search for that invocation. Did not have it in hand. Fiendish Chain. We will then send the Farfa. We will proceed upwards, climbing into our Beatrice, activating Mind of the Plana, Kiteroid, and we will pass. Destroying our Fire King Avatar Arvata, setting 1 back row. Oh no. So we're probably going to Farfa banish our own monster here. Yep. Interesting. So we get a little burn damage in. This does not put us at lethal range. We will, however, now be... I was going to say be able to destroy the chicken in our hand, but we're able to special summon one off of the onslaught. Gonna go ahead and bring that Dante back onto the field, but Arvada says no, destroying his big chicken in response as the cost, or rather as part of the effect. Chicken number 1 gonna come back to the field, wipe it. Now, do remember, chicken number 2 is on its way. Putting both of the bodies on the field. Chicken number 2. Activate. But breakthrough skill will activate to negate the effect. Interesting. What is going on? Hello? activating a copy of Lightning Vortex, going into a Beatrice. Both of these on field are lethal. Holy. Is there something... Alright, guys. Is there something we don't... Have the Burning Abyss players been getting together, like... And, like... Is this, like... What's going on here? Why are we suddenly seeing Lightning Vortex everywhere? Regardless, we are going to see Yoda win game number 3. Surviving the endless tide of Fire King special summons. We don't talk about the secret PA Discord. Yoda wins. Submitted. Alrighty, this will in fact put us into the top 8. Okay, we've got Galaxy Eyes versus DDD. Michael Bear, thank you so much for the follow. So, Galaxy Eyes versus DDD. We have Odd Eyes versus Desk Bots. We have DDD versus Red Eyes. And then we have Necros versus Burning Abyss. Do any of those sound interesting to you, chat? Excuse me. Well, appreciate it nonetheless, Michael. Very kind of you. Alright, I ain't seeing anybody else fight for another matchup, so we are going to go ahead and watch. Odd Eyes versus Deskbot. Top 8. Just live the dream. Why do we have a mod call? Okay. All right. We are in game number 1. Easynomics versus Torso. We're going to lead off with the standard 03 and 02. Grabbing ourselves a copy of the Field Spell, 2 back row. Meanwhile, Torso is going to triple summon second Donkey. We got double level 7. This is going to give us potential access to I was going to say lethal, but not that way. Oh, did we forget? Or did we just not want to activate? Second Onky. We are just getting back road to heck and back here, unfortunately. We do take out the field spell, getting rid of the attack boost as well as the consistency that it afforded you, but we're still sitting on 3 back row. Like, good lord. Activating our copy of Performapal Joker to go into a copy of Xyz Dragon, which will be met by I apologize for what I'm about to do here, but Moef, thank you so much for the follow. I take it we're here for Easynomics. Supporting your boy out here. He is grinding like no other here. We are going to proceed into our Corbage. Corbage is going to be able to get rid of one of those. Oh, we're going even further. Do we have a lethal? We do. By going into the Gaia Charger, we had just enough damage to push for lethal. Devs is Easynomics student. Nice. Yeah, Easynomics has been a member of our community for a while now. I do believe he has been pushing his streaming. So do look him up on Twitch sometime. I'm sure he's... I think he's a Twitch streamer, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, like low-key, the amount of advantage you can generate as desk bots. He does YouTube as well? Okay, cool. Can we go sneak a peek? I love Easynomics is now following. I'm going to guess that is also a fan of theirs. Alright, what kind of back row you got? Set 1. Set 2. 2 ain't bad. Well, appreciate you coming over here to watch your boy clapping. It's very kind of you. Pen 1, Pen 2, Pen 3. Second donkey get searching. Now, we did elect to take out the field spell here. Low key, it's probably one of the best cards in the archetype. The ability to just constantly cycle. Oh my Jesus. Floodgate trap hole. Send every single one of those monsters face down. Easiest floodgate of our life. Now, this isn't the worst. In theory, we do run tribute monsters, so we're eventually going to be able to tribute over this. And they'll go to the extra deck, and then we can pen to summon again. But this is going to give Easynomics plenty of time. He saw it before. I mean, are you not gonna summon though? Like, realistically speaking. The thing about getting floodgated as a pendulum deck is it really only stops you if you can't tribute over. And with Odd Eyes running 2 tributes, like, we're gonna be able to start clearing this board, or of our floodgated monsters. Ooh, but we do take out the Zhang Shen Magician. By doing so, we ensure that it's going to be much more difficult for us. Well, actually, was that the smart play there? So we know that our opponent added a copy of Joker to hand. Now, Joker is a high scale. So in this situation, it might have been worthwhile to hit the Zhang Ke Magician instead. Huh. Hello, Galaxy Blizzard. Welcome, welcome. We elect to not... Oof. Should we have summoned here? I do wonder. So we're going to lance ourselves. This is going to make us immune. Okay, so we are using this to make sure that the search goes through. The search going through is allowing us to grab our Odd Eyes Arc Pendulum, which is a high scale. He's going to change the game. I mean, more power to him. So we had the ability to destroy any card on the field, and we did elect to take out one of the desk bots. Interesting. We apparently don't care about the Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. We're gonna go ahead and bring back the Zhang Shen Magician. Oh, we got a fan war going out here in chat. Why can't we just say you guys love him both equally? Rebellion Dragon. Rebellion Dragon isn't going to do... We're not going to be able to activate our effect here. We will boost ourselves up, but it don't matter. Easynomics has a top deck and a dream. Oh, show me another 03 off of the top. Just show it to me. 03 into 02. Do it. Do it, bro. Just do it. So we did not play that. I'm guessing that's one of the high level Deskbot monsters. Summoning our Zhang K Magician in attack mode. We can now clear this board and put through 2,500 damage, putting Easynomics on a 1-turn clock. Normal summoning Deskbot 004. This will allow... Oh my lord. So not only is this going to allow us to get over this Xyz Rebellion Dragon, but on top of that, we're going to get the special summon 2 from the graveyard. Hello? God top decks easiest potential W of our life. Summoning the 02 from the graveyard, which will get a search. The 05 from the hand, which will allow us to take out that scale. And the search will be an 03 for the follow-up. Well, okay then. That was probably the most impact outside of like another 03. That was probably his best top deck. Oh, incredible. Tribute summoning into our Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, activating the Noble Dragon Magician effect to reduce its level by 3, and special summoning itself, going into a copy of Meteor Burst Dragon, and then attacking for lethal. Exact lethal, cannot activate any effects, putting it into a game 3. So if I had to guess, Orenji, what he was viewing was the issue that 203s can get really big and make it really hard to destroy monsters by battle. Galaxy, we're in game 3, so has not been decided yet. Game 2 was won by Torso. We drew into either our Odd Eyes or our Noble Dragon. We're able to go into a Meteor Burst Dragon. No ability to use our Deskbot effects, and then just got lethaled by the damage. Exactly. Oh, that is a rough opening start. Oh no. Going first and drawing nothing. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Easynomics is going to open literally the best starter in his deck. Never Brick, Never Punish. Likely going to search the field spell here. Sure enough, he does. Field spell, of course, being critically impactful in its ability to shuffle the monsters from your hand that you do not need at the moment and find that back row that will win you the game. Second donkey, not big enough with the boost. We're going to be 3K. And we're facing down 3 back row without the benefit of our scales to get the game going. It's going to be an incredibly uphill battle for Torso if he even has a chance here. Oof. Yeah. Excuse me. We're going to go ahead and shuffle that 09 back into the deck. Draw 1. Now, the one thing about the Deskbot matchup is that a lot of the times, just by having a big enough monster, you can ensure that your opponent doesn't have lethal. Just because they typically can only boost 1 to get over your monster. So, for example, here, we will boost up this one to beat over and get in 3,000 damage. So we're going to get 1 more turn. Incredibly bad draw. Or opener. So we are forced to Lance here, otherwise we would have lethal. The resource game here is just... I don't see any way that Torso comes back from this. So Joker will give him the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon he needs to be able to get his game plan rolling. Activating his skill to get his scales. We can now Pendulum Summon. Duster plus Raigeki into mod check. Pend 1, Pend 2. Searching with our second donkey. Floodgate Trap Hole is going to ensure that we have no plays this turn. Oh, but Econ take. Do we see Ballista? No. So by grabbing that 04, we are going to allow ourselves the ability to go into a rank 4 Xyz play. still probably GG's, but... I'm wondering when the new box releases. I'm hoping... So, Sathan, new box is likely around the end of the month. We are expecting fossils because Jim Cook is the next character being released. And so they're likely going to want to support that archetype. We could see some plant support, Rose Dragon support to make... Why would we wait till now to book? I guess it doesn't matter. So we might see some support for the recently released Rose Dragon structure deck because in its current form, it is absolute trash. Will we see Endymion or Mythical Beast support? Probably not. I cannot imagine that we see that as part of the theme. Who knows? Maybe. I mean, it's possible. What would Moonlight even do, Seijuro? Because if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't count as a Rose Dragon monster because it's Black Rose Moonlight Dragon. So, like, you can't even summon it the turn you use the new skill. They would literally need to change the way the skill works. Adamancipator is possible, sure. It would... Oof. Nightmare Shark is going to give us a route to lethal. Don't even worry about those face down cards. We already know that card in hand will not stop this. And Easynomics will win in a 2-1 victory. Well played. Deskbots moving on to top 4. Could they give us any of the Adamancipator extra deck monsters and have them not be broken as all hell, though? Maybe the red one? Alessio, Easynomics 1. 2-1 with Deskbots over Odd Eyes. We are in game number 3. Gym Leader Brawl versus Yoda. And this is also a top 4 match. What did we add to our hand? We added a Shuret. So we will be popping that not the field spell, but rather the Ritual Cage. Ending battle with the Necrods of Valkyris. Setting a monster. Ouch. This is really bad for Brawl. I don't think we live here. We're going to rank up into another Beatrice. We're going to banish. We're going to Plana. We're going to need exactly another Valkyris, and we don't got it. Well, okay. Unfortunately, Brawl will be knocked out in the top 8, despite it being a matchup that should have been in his favor. But it definitely looked like he just bricked, basically. And the BA player had amazing resource generation. That's going to be Graph. And yes, I believe so. Graph is probably their best one. It special summons a BA from the deck. Alright, mod call with nobody saying anything. Cool, cool. Well, I guess we're following the Deskbot Dream, as the other match is not ready yet. We are in top 4. This will be Zoo versus Easynomics. Special summons right away, Murata. So typically in the TCG/Master Duel, it's used as part of link climbing in PK Burning Abyss. You'll do your 2 level 3 monsters into Cherubini, which is the link to Burning Abyss monster. It can send a Burning Abyss from the deck to the graveyard. You send Graph. Graph activates, special summons Seer. Seer and Cherubini go into the rank 3 PK Rusty Bardiche. Seer activates. I don't think it matters at that point though, but yeah, it's really good for the archetype. In Duel Links, it would probably be borderline busted. Now DD Doge not going to allow us to go into a Gian trainer here. Think we'll get Scythe. Scythe is going to be tricky. I think Easynomics may not understand how our Flame High King Genghis works, because it really was not necessary to Book of Moon here. The only reason for that play is if you are concerned that you won't be able to beat over it for some reason, and you wanna make use of your back row at the beginning of the next turn. But with 3 monsters, or with 3 boosts on board, you can beat over that no problem. Scythe is really tricky though, because like, actually, Scythe doesn't do anything without Whale. Now that I think about it. So we go to Banish. In response, we Ballista Squad. Yo, our boy just got everything here. On the activation of Gate, we're going to go ahead and pop it. A mono. No effect for you. Main decked a mono Iwado. I'm melting. What is the game plan? Zoo. So right here, for example, we're seeing the downside of DDD's inconsistency hit, or consistency hit rather. Battle phase pass. Activating another copy. Interesting that we put it into the spell and trap zone early. Whoa, hello. Delete it again. Alright, so this software isn't perfect. What are we going to search? Are we going to go for... We go for the Doom King. This will turn our skill live. We activate the skill now. This will allow us to set a scale from the deck. As we are activating this at skill speed, we cannot respond, which means we will be able to pendulum summon. Likely going to see the Ragnarok brought back here, as it will allow us to bring a monster back from the graveyard. Activating both of the effects just to make sure that this special summon goes through. Any prominent reptile decks? Currently, no. Like, the only time reptiles have had anything is like Worms and Ogdatic, which we don't have the latter. Activating both of our back row. Interesting. This would have been game. We're still probably in a pretty good spot now. 03 into 02. Or we might go 04. We will go with the 02. 02 get searching. We're going to go ahead and send back that 02. Or sorry, that 05 rather. Get searching. Take another 1,000, but we can once again get searching. Kepler will reduce now. Nope, one more turn. Starting next turn, our scale will begin reducing. This is game one, yes. Panda 1 and 2. Pretty sure this is game, though. No coaching. Wasabi almonds. I believe this might have been a misplay here. I believe we targeted the wrong one. Never mind. I forgot how that interaction worked. I thought it was going to be 3,000 defense. Game 1, going to Zoo. Excuse me. Pro tip, do not breathe in wasabi. Waiting for both players to return to the table. Game number 2. Easynomics will be leading the way. Mind Scan, not very useful in this matchup, unfortunately. Might be a situation where having a side skill would be useful. And always be opening 03. It do be glued to his hand. Even in the TCG, a Deskbot player always starts with 03. Alright, good to know. Set 1. Okay. Not ideal. Go, Deskbot 003! How can a deskbot be in top 4? Well, my friend, deskbots excel at taking advantage of back row. The deskbot engine is relatively small, but they can make their monsters very, very big with buffs from stuff like 003. We've had a couple other players who would use deskbot, and literally you live or die by your back row. Yes, we were thinking very hard about, do I want to use Swirl Slime? Now, to be fair, he could have been thinking about what in hand he wanted to use, but I mean, nobody is necessarily saying that it's top tier, but it's a deck that works. Sometimes you win your games, sometimes you don't. It should be noted that, you know, a ton of people aren't playing deskbots, because most of the time you're probably going to lose to your meta decks. Sometimes you won't, though. Oh, I'm not gonna disagree. I don't think it's a great deck choice in this meta either. But certain decks against certain Galaxy Eyes is coming? Probably not. And yeah, kind of what Bland is saying there. Slap a bunch of good back row, and then a deck that the main benefit to the deskbot engine is you have a very powerful normal summon that can search you a card that is going to then help you find your very powerful back row. We very likely have lethal here, right? Because we can negate that. And we beat over. We just need one more body on the field. We can even do it in style if we want to. Although, probably not. Probably shouldn't. Activating our floodgate trap hole out of desperation. It don't matter. It gets negated. It all comes down to hand traps at this point, which we do not have. And Zoo will win in a 2-0 victory. Well played. Hell of a run, Easynomics. Was a pleasure to watch you. You did extremely well against some very good players. And once again, if you all want to go over and support him, that would be cool. What do we got going here? On the other side of the bracket, I don't think we've watched Bixie all day. Bixie just casually getting to top 4. Murata, no despair. There will be no despairs in chat. Only joy. Yeah, it's Yoda, right? Yes, Yoda. We will be going into game number 2. Bixie is currently up a game. Bixie, who we have not watched all stream long, is on DDD. He is versus Yoda, who is on Burning Abyss. Never heard of her, Hans. Sorry. And Yoda will be leading things off. Crucial game for him. If he loses here, Bixie will get the 2-0. So we are down bad 1. Gonna need to run it back. Gonna be honest, setting 1, setting 2, probably not the way. But who knows? Penned 1, penned 2. Overextending into an Amato Awado just to be met by a needle ceiling. Holy Jesus. This is a throwback. Oh, right. Cannot be destroyed by spell cards. Okay. I was wondering why it survived. That effect almost never comes up. So, there's a good chance that Yoda has hand traps here. Penned 1, penned 2. Like, you have to imagine he's got some hand traps. But what are you going to do? Like, do you have any play that... okay, assume White Princess in hand. Is there anything we can do here? We are going to go ahead and banish. Probably going to force out the hand trap here. We have Kiteroid. Negate, negate. Draw one. We'll have 2 cards. What is the play? Now keep in mind, this is the turn that we're going to start losing our levels. Oh, oof. Probably another hand trap of some kind. BM attack for 0. We're going to go into a Dante. Now, at this point, Dante does have the ability to beat over our Ragnarok. Was bringing back the Skarm here the play, or should we have brought back the Lich so we could get searching? We will rescale. Only pen summoning 1. Oh, Jesus. Please don't bug out. We're going to go ahead and negate the effect, but, yo, that don't matter. Well, so it wasn't fixed. He didn't go into the cipher for the steal. He just ranked up. And Bixie will win it in a commanding 2-0 victory. Which does mean, unfortunately, Troll Despair, we are going to have a DDD mirror match for the finals. Hello, 814225. We are currently in the Meta Weekly. We are now in, the Meta Freekly, rather. We are now in the Grand Finals. Mad Ace, thank you so much for the follow. Very kind of you. Appreciate it. So, do I want to duel? Unfortunately, no, right now. I would rather showcase our competitors who are playing today. Dragan, don't you dare. I better be able to at you through the end of this stream. I swear to high heavens, boy. Yeah, A2, what, did you want to have scrubbed out as an X2, or were you like an X1 drop? Or sorry, an O1 drop. Yo, what up, Cool Cactus? You got it, my friend. If you're just showing up, unfortunately, you missed basically all of it. But still cool to have you here regardless, my friend. Welcome, welcome. And they waste no time right in it. Ah, well, regardless. Glad you've been with us, my friend. Okay, we are leading off Zoo at the top, Bixie at the bottom. As you are both aware, they are both on DDD. Only major difference seems to be that Zoo is running a 21 card variant over Bixie's more standard 20. Zoo is going to have the opportunity to lead things off here in game number 1. That is not the way to do it. Set 1, set 2, pass. Shalnark, yes, we are in a DDD mirror match for the grand finals of this week's Meta Freekly. Why do the DDD run the dog now? So I think the main reason is... I'm actually trying to think. I don't know why they're running the dog. I believe that the traditional wisdom has been... that it's worthwhile running... It's for pendulum switch? Oh, okay. Because I thought the traditional wisdom, at least recently, had been to run Savant, not Kepler, Savant Newton, I believe, as like the other high scale option. I mean, it was a given that DDD is still a good deck. Nobody was expecting it not to be. Holy Jesus, we penned 1, penned 2, penned 3. Banished the face down mono, main decked mono Awato, by the way. Going into a copy of Zombie Stein, no hand traps. Lethal damage. Not exactly the most exciting game, but it do happen that way sometimes. There's a cat behind me. I don't think so. Wait. Nope, you're right. There is. We have to show the cat. Show the cat. Katta. She just chillin'. Oh yes, Bixie again. What's the other deck? What? Morata. Game number 2. I think you can figure it out. Bixie is going to lead things off this time. Zoo out here. Yeah. Zoo's just happy to be here, getting a chance to play against the person he respects most in the world. And yes, Brawl, we're always talking about Pokemon. We big thinking about activating Kepler. Kepler's going to add Gate. Gate, get searching. Adding that Oblivion King to hand. Ooh, set 1 though. Okay, okay. This is your chance, Zoo. Everyone be sure to give a warm welcome to Norrentino. He managed to go like X4 in today's tournament. Actually, I think he went X5. And we only had 4 rounds. Wasn't sure how he was able to do that. Going into a copy of Flame High King Genghis. Gonna render that back row completely irrelevant. Bixie made the mistake of not opening 2 back row. So very likely that Zoo has this game. To be fair, there might be a white princess in hand that would allow him to survive. We will go into a Cypher Dragon immediately, rank up into our full armor photon. We're gonna pop. Likely gonna pop that gate. No, going for the Kepler. Okay. Going into Cypher Blade, gonna force out that back row. I don't think going for the burn really mattered here. It's kind of irrelevant. Unless he can put another body on the field. Like if he has exactly a mono Awado in his hand. Because, yeah, if we're looking at White Princess, it literally doesn't matter. We can't have lethal. Yo, look at that. White Princess. Suddenly, this is a game. I really do feel that not taking out the gate was a pretty major misplay here. No. Genghis can only negate on your own turn. We're going to go into our own copy of Genghis. And now we're about to get counter-lethaled. To be fair, though, I think Bixie is showing here that it wouldn't even have mattered if you had destroyed the gate. Because I don't think he hasn't even used it. So, in Zoo's defense, literally didn't matter. right there, the fact that Bixie very purposely did not search with Gate, I think that's pretty cool. Bixie basically being like, come on, bro, you know you destroyed my gate. Come on, bro. And with that, Bixie will win in a 2-0 victory, defeating Zoo in a mirror match finals. Very well played. It goes without saying that Bixie is a goated tier player. No, Neo. If you want to go ahead and play against Bixie for the finals, just message him and we'll get that going right away. So yeah, I mean, what can be said other than, guess what? DDD is still a really good deck. Zoo, thank you so much for participating. Bixie as well. Everybody else that played today. We had pretty solid turnout. I'm very happy about that. I think it goes without saying, every one of you that can, if at all possible, we are going to have, so the Meta Weekly this week has been pushed to Tuesday. No longer every single week, bro, unfortunately. But it will be Tuesday. It is free to enter. It is $50 prize pool. It will be streamed on Decade's main channel. So everyone who can and is able to play in that tournament, I would like for us to absolutely effing crush it and show that, you know, the Duel Links players out here, like, you know, we're the real ones, all right? So if you can, even if you can't play for the whole event, I implore you, sign up. Quiet Dragon. Screw you. Even if you can't play in the full event, because it is free entry, you don't have to have a ticket or anything. Just join. Show up for the first round, dip the hell out, doesn't matter. I just want us to absolutely crush this. Other housekeeping. We'll go over the tournament stuff as well, like top deck lists and whatnot, in just a second. Other housekeeping though. So because there is not going to be I'm not going to do the Meta Weekly this week. In theory, if the Meta Weekly, Frost, yes. Well, it's one time to see if there's interest. So I think it's kind of like, are people actually going to show up? So that's why I would like for people to show up. In the future, assuming that it does become a permanent thing, I'm probably going to start running at least one, like, no more than, but my goal is to have an event of my own that will just be free for people to join. Similar to what some of these other streamers like Quantum or Pilot, the AU Weekly, the Quantum Cup, you know, I will probably try and start doing something like that. I will work on getting my Deathroy. There won't be a Meta Weekly this week. This week's Meta Weekly is being pushed to Tuesday. And I believe what will happen is if the turnout for Tuesday's Meta Weekly is low, then we will have a regular Meta Weekly hosted by me on the Friday. So either it does well and Decade will probably do it as a regular thing again. If it does poorly, then I will return to probably doing it on on Fridays. I would prefer that to not happen. I would like for it to be successful, and then I would like, yeah. So yeah, just stay tuned. I will be working on that going forward. In lieu of having a tournament on Friday, I'll probably just host like my COG run or something. I do want to do a couple days per week regardless, so yeah. I'll probably do my King of Games run either tomorrow or Friday. I'd rather that not happen, Dragon, honestly. There's a part of me that would just love to show that some big brother, little brother rivalry stuff of just show that the Duel Links players out here are the real ones. Okay. We're going to go ahead and look at the top 4 deck lists for today. So the first one is going to be, well, actually, before we do that, here is the overall breakdown for today's event. You can see Odd Eyes was the most entered deck. Burning Abyss second, followed by DDD, Galaxy Eyes, a whole bunch of 2s with Abyss Actors, Fluffle, Gandora, Metal Foes, Red Eyes, and Water Xyz. And then a whole litany of 1s. I do not know why we had so many Odd Eyes today. It could just be the players that entered today. But I do think that deck might be on the rise in people's attention. Here is the conversion to top 16. 3 Burning Abyss, 3 Odd Eyes, 2 DDD, 2 Galaxy Photon. So a pretty good spread of the top decks. And then the smattering of 1 of Rogue tops. This is like a breakdown that I really like. This is an incredibly diverse metagame. This is what I want to see. I want to see there being clearly the best decks, right? And here we got like 4+ good, like, best decks in the format. And so that tells us that there are best decks in the format that you should be playing. There were, both DDD made it to finals. This tells us that there is a metagame, but this down here tells us that, you can play non-meta. So, regardless, here is, oh my Jesus. Hello. I swear to God, these screenshots are like 16,000K or some nonsense. Taken on my iPhone. Just out here. So here is Bixie's deck list. Let me double check. Is this Bixie's or Zoo's? This is Zoo's. I'm sorry, not Bixie's. So here is Zoo's deck list. You can see he's running the 21 cards. We're running the one skill prisoner. That's interesting. We're running the 2 main deck of Mono Awato, 2 of the swirl slime. Interesting. Looks pretty standard otherwise. The dog, the skill prisoner, and the mono Awato are the cards to look at here as kind of like the outliers. Like, is this where decks are going in the metagame? Here is Bixie's list. So you can see he drops the main deck a mono Awato. He ain't about that life. He ups the swirl slime count by 1 and runs 20 cards instead of 21. Otherwise, the deck is pretty much identical. I am curious. So I was told the dog was because of Pendulum Shift, but neither of these players are playing Pendulum Shift. So, yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I guess dog is fine. I think personally, a card that I've been seeing a lot of people run, and maybe I'm wrong on this one, is this one right here, Savant Newton. But that being said, the people succeeding with the deck are running the dog. Bixie in chat saying that it's for the Odd Eyes matchup. Makes sense. The dog does allow you to negate special summon monsters, which is useful. So yeah, I mean, if the people winning tournaments and performing well are doing it with a dog, you know, keep your eye on dog. Here is the deck list from Easynomics. Looking pretty standard as far as desk bots go. They tend to play a really eclectic, random assortment of back row. Now, I do believe we play more back row in the side deck as well. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna show this side deck just to give you an idea, because I just want to be able to have everything. But yeah, looked pretty standard for a desk bot list. We side deck a second MST. Come on now. And then here is Yoda's Burning Abyss list. So the one thing to keep in note for Yoda's list here is he actually side decks a fair bit of there's some spicy side deck cards. So we saw, for example, the Needle Ceiling. That was pretty spicy. He sides in the Blackluster Soldiers if he needs them. Makes sense. Although, you'd think he'd probably just main deck those, I guess. But, hey, worked for him up until at least top 4. Well played. And anything else we want to look at today? Gym Leader Brawl did pretty well with Nekroz. He was on the 2 Herald of the Abyss variant. You know what? We're going to go ahead and look at Jinzo's list as the best performing Red Eyes player. This list is actually a little unusual, if I'm being honest, because he's playing a lot more monsters than is typical in these lists. But got him to top 8. He performed extremely well through the Swiss rounds. Looks pretty solid. Yeah, very, very well done. Very well played. It was a delight to watch that particular matchup. Anything else? We're going to go ahead and look at the best performing Odd Eyes list, just since so many people played it today. Here is Torso on his version of Odd Eyes. We're running 24 cards, which is a little thicker than usual, but I mean, looks fairly solid. Yes, we can look at trains. I don't think any of you are going to be surprised by it. Pretty standard for how trains have been being played. I think the only notable change that you would make in this particular list is probably throwing a copy of the Iron Wolf. You're not going to make it most of the time, but it'd be nice to have. I'd probably dump the Malevolent Sin or one of the Sky Palaces. Boop. There's not a lot to update it with, honestly. I mean, until the deck gets some more cards, like, what are you gonna do? I think if you were to run Wolf, you would run Concentrating Current over TTH. Okay, well, regardless, gonna go ahead and call it here today, my friends. Thank you once again to everybody that showed up. Be sure to sign up for the Meta Weekly if you can. The sign up link is already live if you're in the Discord. Please pay attention for if you want to come hang out when I do my COG run in the next day or two. It'll probably be early morning, mid-afternoon, either tomorrow or the next day. Yeah. Thank you. And goodbye.